Hello, students, and good evening. Welcome to Byju's. I am Basavaraj. So I'll be continuing with the disaster management, which we have started 2 days back. Hope I am audible as well as visible to you all. Right. Good evening. Good evening. Okay. Done. So we were talking about a disaster management associated with cloud bursting. So yesterday we completed the cloud bursting perspectives. Then we made an effort in understanding landslides, mass wasting, and within that landslides. Right. And after landslides, we made an effort in understanding the nodal agencies, and we were discussing about the early warning systems, preparedness, and landslide zonation mapping. So early warning systems, they are very, very important in the context of extreme weather-based events. So when you make a notes on disaster management, first you should understand that whether that disaster is a natural disaster or man-made disaster. Then within the natural disaster, if it is extremely weather-based or the disaster like, say, earthquake. So if it is extreme weather-based event, then early warning system plays an important role in that. And always remember that early warning system has to be always updated with the improvement in the technologies. More the technologies, more the cutting edge technologies, more the updated technologies, more awareness will be seen. It will give more accurate idea about the event which is happening. It can be cloud bursting, it can be landslides, or it can be a cyclone which makes a landfall. So always you should make sure that the early warning system should be updated. And at present, we are having the Doppler radars. Apart from that, we have sensors which are there. Then we have satellites which give the information. And yesterday, I told you something about NISAR, which will be launched maybe this month end or next month, which is a technology which can make the peering of the radiations, even though when it is dark or passing the clouds, which can give more accuracy in the context of disaster management. Right. So remember that early warning system plays an important role in the weather-based or extreme weather-based disasters. Then preparedness, where they prepare themselves in the context of any such events, which is referred as the risk management. And then I told you something about landslide zonation mapping. So it gives an idea that what type of the activities can be taken there, or which type of activities can be restricted in that area when you make zonation. Because zonation classifies the area, that whether it is prone to landslide or whether it is comparatively safe, or what degree of the prone is seen in that region. So hence landslide zonation map gives a correct picture about the status of that particular land. Right. Then guidelines which are issued by the National Disaster Management Authorities. Right. And structural and non-structural measures. So this is what we discussed yesterday. Now, continuing with that, I told that in the context of early warning systems, site-specific, which is done at smaller areas, and region-specific. And on pilot basis, we find the region-specific is seen into two areas. One is in Darjeeling, in Sikkim, and then Nilgiris in Tamil Nadu. So that will give some more idea, or we can say more accuracy about the events happening. Maybe it can be the slope which is cutting there, or maybe the movement of the water, or maybe the wind pattern which is seen there, which can lead to cloud bursting. Right. Now, when we talk about the zonation map, so this zonation map is very important because it gives that what is the nature of the land in the areas, whether this land is having more vulnerability, vulnerability, or it is comparatively safe. So by that, it will help us to make strong regulations and restricting. So once you know that if it is more vulnerable, then you can focus on restricting and regulation. So you can make restriction and regulation. Regulation. Now, restriction and regulation, in the sense, I'm talking about restriction and regulation for settlements or for construction activities. Settlements or construction activities. Construction may be roadways. Construction may be any type of projects like hydroelectricity projects, etc. So such type of projects are to be restricted in that areas. And if they are comparatively less vulnerable or safe, then that area needs any type of project. It has to be done, or it has to be processed through environment impact assessment. Environment impact assessment. Now, this is a best tool which I can say in the context of making sure that the impact of any concerned project will be having less in the environment or the people who are there. Or sometimes in the context of EIA, we also get to know that if any issues are there, how they can be substituted. What are the ways in which they can be substituted in that areas? So environment impact assessment can be referred as a better tool if at all you want to make any type of project in that areas. And apart from that, this also gives that which areas the deforestation has occurred and where we have to make more plantation. So it gives an idea that where the large amount of deforestation has occurred, right? And what type of activities, that is afforestation, can be done here. What type of afforestation can be done here? That is planting more trees. And based on that, government makes schemes. Based on that, government makes schemes like any type of the project which is based with national and international linkages to plant and increase the trees in that areas, right? So this is what we talk about, the landslide zonation map, which divides or which gives clarity about whether it is very highly hazard or whether it is having low hazard in the areas. So this is degrees of the hazards given by that. And based on that, we can make planning. Based on that, the planning is done so that event, its impact can be reduced, right? And we have already made the mapping of 90%, and small amount is left out. So maybe once it is done, then we will have a complete idea about the region here. Now, you don't have to write entire details about its characteristics. You should understand what is zonation mapping and what are the significance of zonation mapping. Don't go with the technical aspects, right? So when UPSC asks questions in the context of disaster management, unless and until it is asked in detail about the technical aspects, you just mention about that particular activity and its outcomes and how it is important in reducing the impact of the disaster there, right? Now, guidelines in the context of landslides and avalanches, right? Guidelines. So these guidelines are defined by National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, which gives the guidelines. Now, in the context of any type of landslides and avalanches, these are the events which are extreme weather based. So there is always lack of data. So there is always lack of data. And moreover, if you see the area like Uttarakhand and Joshimat, the land use has been changed over a period of a time. So there is a change in the land use pattern. So there is a change in the land use pattern. Land use pattern. Right. And also there is a significant change in the weather factors. Significant change in the weather factors. change in weather factors, right? More specifically, I'm talking about precipitation. More specifically, precipitation, that is rainfall. So in this regard, it is very important you should update the data in the inventory. Once these data are there, it will easy to evaluate the risk and make planning for the event there. Updation is very, very important. And this is in the initial stage as well as in the later stage also. So it will help us to understand how to maintain the risk factor and how to calculate the probabilities and how to tackle the crisis when the event has taken place, right? Then landslide hazard zonation map. That's what I have explained. It gives a complete idea about which type of settlements has to be allowed and what type of activities has to be done here and what should be regulated and restricted. So it gives an idea that understand restriction means not allowing. Regulation means allowing with certain conditions. Understand the difference. Restriction means completely avoiding that. Regulating means you can, but with some condition. You can, but with some condition. So hence, it talks about both the things. It talks about regulating certain activities. It talks about restricting of certain activities, and also some activities which has to be taken there, right? And then studies and monitoring of the selected landslide, so that it will help us to understand the nature of the landslides which are occurring, because landslides are not due to one cause. They may be heavy rainfall, maybe earthquake, maybe friction. So many reasons are there. So many reasons are there for the landslides. Reasons are more, right? And that is why when you make the understanding of the event, then it will help us to have a proper aspect of the risk analysis, and also after the event, the crisis management. Also crisis management, right? Then updating the early warning systems, radars, nisar, and other parts, so that we will have an accuracy about the precipitation and changing part. Then institutional measures like training, awareness, coordination with different ministries, coordination with different departments, coordination with different ministries and different departments like police department, defense department, medical department, right? Or transport ministry, home ministry. So there will be a proper coordination which can reduce the impact, and that will help us to make sure that the rescue and rehabilitation and resettlement works are done effectively. So training and awareness as well as coordination, when we see that these two will make sure that the capacity is increased. Right. So training can be in the context of providing first aid training to the local people, or giving them training in the context of constructing the, say, small bridges. Maybe it is temporary, but they can help them to reach to the region so that rescue operations can be done bit easily, right? And awareness to the people, so that they can manage their resources within the time between early warning system and the event which is taking place there, right? So remember these things. Guidelines. So these are the guidelines which are same for landslide as well as avalanches, right? Okay. Now, sometimes they may ask about the incidence of Joshimat. Now, the incidence of Joshimat is about subsistence of a land. It is about subsistence of a land. Now understand the difference between subsidence and landslide. Now if this is a mountain, and from here if the rock debris when they are falling down, we refer that as landslides. It is something like you are having a table, and from the table if the books are falling, if any material is falling from the surface of the table, we refer that as landslides. If entire table is moving downward, we refer that as land subsidence. Land subsidence. And Joshimat is, even though it is having landslide, but this time it is for the land subsidence. Land subsidence. Right. Now they have given many reasons for that. Probable reasons were also given, and they have also given what could be done there. Way forward for the issue like landslides and land subsidence which takes place in the areas. So Joshimat is in Uttarakhand state, and it is important pilgrimage places. And moreover, when we talk about that, it is a region associated with Sankara also, right? So hence it is a region which is known for large amount of people who are reaching there in during tourist activities or maybe for pilgrimage activities. So that is where we find unplanned tourism activities can also affect the event. This is a classical example of the unplanned tourism, and increasing of the population can trigger the event, right? Okay, now the probable reason for that is, the first reason what they say is this Joshimat is built on already the area where the landslide had occurred, and that landslide which has occurred some million years back, now that area was stable. On this area where the landslide has occurred, which has become stable, and above that Joshimat is constructed, and this area made subsistence. So that is first reason. It is constructed on the old landslides, and because of large amount of projects which were taken in that areas, which made the land to subside. This is one reason which is given. Second reason, they say that large amount of construction activities, more specifically hydroelectricities, hydroelectric powers projects, right, or large amount of road projects which were seen there, which needs large amount of blastings, in that areas. And these blastings, when they do, sometimes they make the puncturing of aquifers. Aquifer means large areas within the earth where the storage of groundwaters are there. So generally when blastings happens, so they make the puncturing of aquifer. And slowly the water which moves from these aquifers makes the soil to become loose and subside. This is what they say. So it is constructed on the project, and when they talk about puncturing of the aquifers, tunnel punctured and aquifers, and that is where large amount of water which discharged made the saturation, and that particular area got subsided. So this is second reason for that. So I'm telling that many possible reasons were there. We don't have exact, but possible reasons they say. Then they say that explosive which were used in the construction made the soil comparatively loose enough, which again made subsistence. Then again, indiscriminate and unplanned robust construction in that areas. Right. Apart from that, large amount of the water disposal which was seen in the areas where the settlements were there, which also made the issue. So this is what we say: unplanned urbanization, unplanned construction, unsustainable tourism activities. So whenever such events takes place, the carrying capacity of that area decreases. So the carrying capacity decreases. Carrying capacity decreases. See, it is simple. If you are traveling in a lift, or if you are moving in a lift, its capacity is 10. If 20 people enters into the lift, what will happen? It will collapse. The same thing is seen here. When the population increases, large amount of the population will be needing resources. So over exploitation of resources will be there, which make the environmental conditions hazardous, and in turn the carrying capacity, when it becomes deteriorated, then the whole ecosystem collapses. The whole ecosystem collapses, maybe in the form of droughts, maybe in the form of the subsidence which took place in Joshimat. See, Nepal earthquake can be reason. It can be said, but when we talk about that, we can't say exact one reason for that. So large amount of events are there. Along with the landslides, we may also add that the weather events like cloud burstings, which took place in 2013 in the Kedarnath and many other areas. So large amount of precipitation patterns. So it is an accumulation of all these events: earthquakes, then the glacial lake outburst floods, cloud burstings. All these were responsible for making that region unstable comparatively than what it can be done in the natural ways, right? So that is the weather events which were responsible for making that slope unstable, and that is where the Joshimat subsided. So these are the probable reasons. These are the probable reasons in that, right? Landslide and subsidence. When we say landslide and land subsidence, understand that landslide means the upper portion of land is falling, the rocks and debris, they are falling. But when we say land subsiding, it is about when the land moves downward, entire area moves downward. Here we refer that as land subsidence. That is the table where the books are kept, the table itself moves 2 feet 3 feet downward. We refer that as subsiding of the land. Aquifer means, see, this is your geography term. Aquifer means any geological setup. This is a surface. So here we are having large amount of rocks are there, or it can be soil. This is the surface of earth. Surface of earth. So we have rocks and we have soils. In the north, alluvial soils are dominant, and in the south we are having rocks. So these rocks or soils which are inside the earth surface, which are saturated with the water, which are saturated with water. High accumulation of water is there because of their porosity and permeability. Porosity means absorbing capacity. Because of their porosity and permeability. Porosity and permeability. They hold large amount of water. And this large amount of water which is held by them, we refer that as aquifers. So these are referred as aquifers. Aquifers. Is it clear? Okay. Now, next, we move on to understand that what are the probable way forward for the same. Way forward for the same. One is to declare the Himalayas as eco-sensitive zone and regulate big projects causing devastation. Regulate means restrict. Restrict big project. And if you want to, then you have to undergo environment impact assessment. Environment impact assessment. So remember, eco-sensitive zone. It means consider Himalayas as fragile ecosystem. Fragile ecosystem. Very, very sensitive. Right. Then a detailed carrying capacity assessment of Uttarakhand has to be done, so that the number of tourists visiting the place are counted, and based on that, based on its carrying capacity, the tourists should be allowed there. Right. That is second. Then they say that improve early warning systems regarding cloud bursting and landslides. Then detailed EIA, environment impact assessment, is significantly to be done there. And then control deforestation and overgrazing. Overgrazing, because vegetation is an important thing which can hold the soil. Any areas wherever large amount of vegetation is there, trees are there, so these vegetations, they can hold a large amount of the soil. They can hold the soil or rock stratas. So hence, wherever vegetation is there, they will always make comparatively less vulnerable. right? Then structural and non-structural measure, the same thing. Structural means planting more trees, increasing vegetation, and reducing the slopes. It means that destabilizing the slopes, possibly destabilizing the slopes by engineering methods. Plant more trees, construct artificial barriers to that, so that the slopes become stable and restrict the flow of the soil or rock downward. And non-structural measures, it means budgeting, awareness, etc., right? And apart from that, Himalaya is also a part of national action plan, which is taken by government of India. So remember that Himalaya is part of national action plan. Himalayas are the part of the national action plan on climate change. So we have 8 action plans. 8 action plans are there, and out of that 8 action plan, one is associated with Himalayas. So whenever you are writing any answers, so remember this as well. So there are 8 action plans which were started in India from 2008. National action plan on climate change. National action plan on climate change. Climate change, right? EIA means environment impact assessment, assessing the environment impact of proposed project. Environment impact assessment. Assessment, that is analyzing the impact of proposed project, maybe hydroelectricity project or irrigation project, on the environment and the people. We refer that as environment impact assessment, and this is done before the starting of the project. So if you want to set up any project, say hydroelectricity project, or if you want to set up any big irrigation project, then an assessment of that area is done by an institute, and that assessment will be to check that what is the implication of the proposed project on the environment and people. If anything is there, whether they are to be substituted by the proposed or the owner, then they can allow the project there. So all types of assessment which are done before the projects, we refer that as environment impact assessments. Okay, right. Then glacial lake outburst floods, GLOFs. Now, when we talk about the glacial lake outburst floods, now understand first what is a glacial lake. We have to understand what is a glacial lake. Glacial lake. Now, when we talk about the glacial lake, if you take the entire Himalayas, that is the Hind Kush Himalayan region, Hind Kush Himalayan region, along with the Tibetan plateau, right? So Hind Kush Himalayan region along with the Tibetan plateau is referred as the third pole of the earth. Third pole of the earth, right? So North Pole, South Pole, and third pole. So third pole means it is having large deposit of ice. Third pole of earth means it is having large deposit of ice. Large ice deposits are there, right? So remember, Hindu Kush Himalayan region along with the Tibetan plateau is referred as the third pole of the earth, where we are having large amount of ice deposits are there on the top of the mountains, and we refer them as alpine glaciers, high altitude glaciers. Alpine glaciers, right? So if this is the mountain, Himalayas mountain, so on top of the mountain, you will have the glacier deposits, the glacier which are there. So we refer them as alpine glaciers. alpine glaciers. Now, because of the impact of global warming and climate change, or by natural process also, I'm using the term by natural process, there will be a possibility of melting of the glacier. So the glacier will melt and it will develop a lake here. A water will be there, bowl of a glacier. Within that, the water is seen. We refer that as lakes. It is a natural process. And due to global warming and climate change, the melting of the glacier has increased. Global warming means the average temperature of Earth which is increasing. Now, because of global warming and climate change, we find the ice is melting very fast. Melting very fast. And that is why it is creating large amount of glacial lakes. So the glacier, within that, the ice which has melted. So it is like a bowl of a glacier. Within that, we find the ice which has melted and creates a lake. Right? So it can be on the surface, or it can be in the edge of the glacier. So it can be on the top, above, or it can be in the edge of the glacier, or it can be in the front of the glacier. So these areas where the ice has melted and the water is accumulated, we refer them as glacial lakes. Glacial lakes. Right. Now, you all know that when you read about the glacial landforms, so the glaciers moves very, very slowly. And when the glaciers are moving, it creates landforms. We refer them as erosional landforms as well as depositional landforms. Erosional as well as depositional landforms. So here, one of the important depositional landform which is created by the moving glacier is the moraines. Moraines are the rock debris which are carried by the glacier and accumulated in the front. So it develops large amount of moraines. So what are moraines? So when the glacier is moving downward, so the debris will be deposited here. We refer them as moraines. The debris which are brought by the glacier. So this is a mountain. Now when the glacier is moving downward, so here it will make erosion of the surface, and whatever eroded material is there, it will accumulate in the front of glacier. And this which is accumulated, we refer them as moraines. It is a depositional part. It is deposition of rocks, deposition of sand, rock particles, etc. We refer that as moraines. And whenever these moraines are developed, they create a temporary barrier. So these moraines will create a temporary barrier. Temporary barrier. Temporary barrier means they will hold the glacier temporarily. They will restrict the movement of the glacier temporarily. Or when the glacier melts there, it will hold the water. So this will hold the water when the glacier is melted. Now, when the earthquake event takes place, when the landslide takes place, or when extra water is accumulated in the glaciers, maybe due to heavy rainfall, due to earthquake, or due to landslides, or due to breaching of these moraines, the entire water which is there from the glacier, which is accumulated, falls downward with high velocities. So such events, when the glacial lakes breaks and when the water moves downward very fast, when the glacial lakes breaks, and when the water moves downward, we refer that as GLOFs, glacial lake outburst flood. GLOFs. Are they same as tills? See, tills are sedimentary rock particles. Right. And here when we say tills, yes, you can say tills, but more appropriate word is moraines. Moraines, right? Till means when they reach to the ground, All the rock sediments, the glaciers, when they reach to the ground, then we refer them as tills, right? So this is in between that. So generally, the most appropriate term is moraines rather than tills. A sort of a till, you can say. Sort of a till, but most appropriate word is moraines. So remember this. You should use the term moraines rather than tills, right? Okay. So these are the events. So whenever such glacial lakes break, they create the flood. So term used to describe the sudden release of water retained in the glacial lakes, which can be front, side, underneath, or top of the glacier. So this is what we refer them as glacial lake. Entire ice and where the water is accumulated. And this, when it breaches and moves downward, we refer them as the glacial lake outburst flood. Glacial lakes forms cirques. So generally, when we talk about cirques are referred as the areas where the glacial deposits are there, right? So in fact, the cirques are nothing but the same I'm talking about. Cirques, we generally refer them as armchair depression where the glacial deposits are there. Now, when these glaciers moves downward, now I'm talking about their movement. So when the cirques move downwards, when they move downward, then the moraines will be deposited in that areas, right? So I told you that these are formed by melting of the glacier. They are formed by melting of part of the glacier. Melting part of the glacier. Right. See, moraines or gloughs are same. Moraines are debris and glough is an event. Moraines are debris. Breaching of moraines creates gloughs. Okay. Now, if we take the data in the context of India, so we find the region of India which is vulnerable for gloughs. The region which is vulnerable for gloughs in India is, one is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, right? Then second one is the state of Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh. And third one is Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand. Then Sikkim. Sikkim. And then Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh. So these are the areas in India which are vulnerable for the glacial lake outburst floods. Union territories of Ladakh and Kashmir, followed by Himachal Pradesh, followed by Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. Right. And as it is referred as the third pole, it is also referred as water tower of Asia. It is also referred as water tower of Asia. Water tower of Asia. Because it is the source of many rivers. It is the source of many rivers there. Right. So hence it is referred as third pole as well as water tower of Asia. And the three river basins which are associated with India are the Brahmaputra basin. Then we are having the basins which are found in the Ganga river and Ganga basin and the Amudariya part. So if we take this, among them, around 25,000 of glacial lakes are there. Now, these blue colored are referred as the glacial lakes. And these glacial lakes have increased because of the melting of the glacier. And it is directly due to the impact of global warming. Due to global warming, where the average temperature is increasing. Average temperature is increasing. And this average temperature which is increasing is responsible to melt a part of a glacier. Melt a part of the glacier. And that's how large amount of glaciers are forming. And these are the potential threats which can create the breaching of the lakes. And when the glacial lakes breaches, the floods which reaches to the ground, huge amount of volume of water which reaches, so they create the flash floods. flash floods. See, these events are predominant during summer season or when the accumulation of water is more. So generally during summer season and during rainy seasons when large amount of water is seen, maybe in the form of cloud bursting in the areas, right? Okay. Now factors contributing to the glacial lake outburst floods. One is narrow and high moraine dams. So moraine dams, you should remember, they are temporary dams. Temporary dams. So here, these are called as moraine dams, temporary dams, which are constructed here. Moraine dams, right? So break, when they break, then the water automatically moves down. Then earthquake. Earthquake will break the region with large amount of the glacial paths. So that is also a reason. Then third one is friction. I told that Indian plate is grinding beneath the Eurasian plate, and that friction can also disturb the glacier, right? So the friction can also disturb the glacier, and which in turn lead to the clouds. Then slope gradient. In context of India, we find that they are having steep slopes, and steep slopes are not stable. Not stable, right? Deforestation activities, maybe due to construction or maybe due to overgrazing in that areas. Deforestation. So that is also one of the reason for that. Then construction activities like hydroelectricity projects or roadways, right? Then global warming and climate change. So due to global warming and climate change, the average temperature is increasing. The average temperature, which is increasing, is responsible for melting of the glacier very fast. Then apart from that, heavy rainfall is also important. Heavy rainfall in the sense, you can say cloud bursting, heavy rainfall or cloud bursting. Cloud bursting. And this we have experienced in the month of October 2023 in the state called as Sikkim. Right. So if you take the Sikkim here, so in the Sikkim at high altitude, so there was a lake called as Lonak Lake. Lonak Lake. No, in the month of October, there was a large amount of cloud bursting. Huge cloud bursting took place here. And this cloud bursting was above this Lonak Lake. And it filled the Lonak Lake. Already it is a glacial lake filled with large amount of the water. So remember, Lonak Lake is a glacial lake. Glacial lake. And above that, when large amount of water accumulated due to cloud bursting, so this Lunak Lake was unable to withhold the water, unable to control the water. So this made breaching. So cloud bursting made breaching of the lake. And this breaching created the glacial lake outburst flood. So all water moved downward and created flash floods. Created flash floods. Now this is mainly due to the impact of global warming, mainly due to the global warming and orographic impact of the mountains, because Sikkim is a region, Kanchenjunga, right? So that high elevated areas are there. So this mountain barriers where the warm and cold winds meet and strong upliftment takes place, which create vertical clouds and huge rainfall, which breached the Lunak Lake in the month of October 2023, is reason for the glacial lake outburst floods in Sikkim, flash floods and disasters which was experienced by Sikkim state, right? See, it is about the cloud bursting, breaching, two events accumulated and created the flash floods. Now, this is what in the 1970s, and this is the present. See, large amount of area which was there with the glacier, now it is melting, right? Now when it is melting, they create the temporary lakes. temporary lakes. And these temporary lakes are controlled by a barrier, controlled by moraines. And when these moraines breaches, large amount of water flows downward, which creates flash floods. Which creates flash floods. Right. Now, whenever such events happen, so generally when the people stays in two different areas, the temporary communication between them is destroyed when the bridge collapse. So whenever when the bridge collapse, or when there is no proper electricity in that area, then the rescue and rehabilitation becomes very, very problematic. So this will affect the rescue and rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is affected. Right. See what type of questions in the sense. So here they may ask, what are GLOFs, and write a note on vulnerability of GLOFs in India. What are GLOFs? Write a note on vulnerability of GLOFs in India, and what are the ways in which the GLOF disaster management is done. Right. So such type of questions you can find here. Cloud bursting from, yes, cloud bursting plus GLOF created extreme floods. We refer them as flash floods. Perfect. Okay. Now, impacts of the GLOFs. What happens when the glacial lake outburst floods are there? Huge amount of water when it flows. We refer them as flash floods. Then, landslides and erosion takes place when heavy rainfalls are there, or when the huge water when it is moving. It triggers landslides and it makes soil erosion. Soil erosion means topsoil is lost, which affects agriculture. Then, loss of properties and infrastructure. We find many settlements are there. So habitation projects, they will be destroyed. So loss of property and infrastructure. And because of that, large displacement will be there. People will be moved from one region to another region. So it is displacement of not only people and also of animals. Displacement of not only of the people and also of animals. Now, accidentally, when animals come out of their habitats, wild animals, accidentally when they come out of their habitat because of such events, so these wild animals when they come out of habitat, then the probable incidence is man animal conflict, which can lead to man animal conflict. Man animal conflict. Right. So this is where we say impact of GLOFs even on the animals. Then loss of flora, fauna, and human life. Flora means vegetation, fauna means animals, and also on human lives. And it will also have a psychological impact. If anybody has witnessed the event, then he will have the trauma. He will have the trauma. Right. Yes, is India any sort of application for GLOFs? India is having the vulnerability in the states which I told. So National Disaster Management Authority is taking care of what has to be done there. We'll discuss that later. Right. Yes, you can mention ecological harm due to GLOFs. That's what I told. Ecological harms are these things. Ecological harms. Right. Economic impacts means when you talk about loss of properties and infrastructure, we refer them as economic properties, economic loss. Economic loss. GLOF means glacial lake outburst flood. Okay. Now, National Disaster Management Guidelines for reducing GLOFs. So this is what way forward. What are there? The first one is as they are associated with the lakes. So the major and the first thing is identify and mapping. Now, what has to be identified? So the moment when we say identify past events. One. And apart from that, These areas are always filled with the lakes. So identify the geomorphological and geotectonic lakes. Geomorphological and geotectonic lakes. You should observe them. Geotectonic lakes means which are formed by tectonic activities. Geomorphological means river and the entire process which is involved there. So identify the lakes there in the upward areas. Then use of technology, that is synthetic aperture radar. And this is very important because this technology will help us to understand it automatically. This automatically records the rise of water in the lakes, so that if the water level is increasing in the lakes, then you should understand that a potential threat has started where the water can breach. One. And it can also identify new lakes which are forming. It can identify new lakes. Identify new lakes which are forming or developing. Developing, maybe due to melting of the glacier. So that is where a technology is seen, synthetic aperture radar. Now this can be enhanced by again NISAR. It can be improved by using NISAR. Then structural measures. Structural measures, when we say, whenever these glacial lakes are there, and here we find large amount of water accumulated, and these are the moraines. Right. So when large water is accumulated, it is easy to remove the water very, very slowly. So we refer that as controlled breaching. Right. So that out of that entire water, small amount of water is channelized outside. Slowly you leave the water outside so that it can move without having any flash floods. Second one is whenever when you talk about structural measure, use portable pumps so that you can make the water to move out of that areas. Pump out the water. Use portable pump sets to remove water. Right. Synthetic aperture radar. Radar means it is an instrument which observes. Or which records the changes, either wind pattern change or change in the water movement in that area. Right. Then uniform codes for construction activities. So the moment when you use uniform codes there, so by that you can restrict the activities. You can restrict and regulate both settlements as well as construction activities. Right. Then enhance early warning systems. So that's why radar systems are there. More means we are emphasizing on improving them so that you can have cutting edge technologies. You should always update that. Cutting edge means updated, latest one. Example, NISAR. I told what is NISAR mission and how it be beneficial. Then training the local manpower so that their psychological strength, their mentality, their skills, and some way regarding first aids, etc., are to be improved in them so that it can increase their resistance or capacity. It is both with psychology as well as skills. Psychological and skill wise. Skill wise means train them in first aid, provide them some type of skill so that they can construct temporary bridges, etc. So that they can play an important role in rescue and rehabilitation. So they can play important role in rescue and rehabilitation. Right. And apart from that, we always find that in these areas, national disaster management forces are deployed. So we always find that this region will have the specialized forces are there. We refer them as national disaster management forces, special forces. They are very specialized. They are very specialized. They are from military, that is defense, and CISF, etc. They are very specialized. They are having large amount of skills. Some are medical personals. Some are good enough in constructing the temporary bridges, etc. We refer them as the forces. So last, we'll discuss what are these forces. So the deployment of forces is also done. Deployment of forces is also done. Right. See, NISAR I have mentioned. NISAR is joint venture between NASA and ISRO. It is a radar system. It is a mission which will be launched by joint venture of NASA and ISRO. Right. Then heat waves. Now, before moving down to the heat waves, understand a small part which can be important in the context of your studies. So when we talk about heat waves and cold waves, as well as cold waves, right? Now, when we see heat waves and cold waves, take an example of northwestern part of India, like Delhi, UP, Haryana, part of Punjab, etc. So this northwestern part of India, it experiences cold waves during some particular period of a month, say December, January, etc. But the same region also experiences heat waves. The same region will also experience heat waves. It will also experience heat waves. When? Not in the month of December, January. In the month of March, April, May. March, April, May. So the same area receives cold waves and the same area receives heat waves also. Now, why such things are there? Now, this is mainly associated with the part of geography what you have studied. When we talk about insolation, incoming solar radiation, insolation, it is sun's radiations which are reaching to the earth. We refer them as insolation, incoming solar radiation, incoming solar radiation, right? So this insolation varies temporally. It varies temporally, and it varies spatially. So temporally and spatially. Temporally means it varies from time to time, and it varies from place to place. Right. Now, what is the reason for this? What is the reason for that? The reason for all this is Earth is tilted. The Earth is tilted. Right. One is tiltation of the Earth, and second one is revolution of the Earth. Two terms you should remember: Earth is tilted and Earth is making revolution around the sun. Revolution around sun. Now, because of this tiltation and revolution, the sun make apparent shifting. So because of this, there will be apparent shifting of the sun. Apparent shifting of the sun. So that's why we have solstices and equinoxes. So this apparent shifting of the sun means if this is the Earth, now once the sun's radiations will fall vertically on the equator, and sometimes they will fall on the Tropic of Cancer. So when the sun's radiations are falling on the Tropic of Cancer, we refer this as summer solstice. Summer solstice. And this is during which the northern hemisphere will have high temperature, or we say summer season. Summer season. And this is in the month of, say, March, April, May. Now, when the sun's insolation, when they fall on the Tropic of Capricorn, we refer this as winter solstice. Winter solstice. That is November, you can say October, November, December, right? And during this, we find winter season is there in the northern hemisphere. Winter season in the northern hemisphere. Northern part, right? So it means the temperature is less in the north. Temperature is less in the north. So we refer that as apparent shifting of the sun to the north and south because of tiltation and revolution. So naturally, the same area will have high temperature during March, April, May, and the same area will receive low temperature during the December, January. So along with this, we find that other factors like winds, more specifically jet streams, etc. Atmospheric phenomena, example, western disturbances, role of western disturbance, or El Nino, La Nina, etc. So because of all these conditions, that area will have extreme cold like behavior or extreme warm like behavior. And hence, in the context of global warming and climate change, these all have been changed. The patterns have been changed. The patterns of winds are changed. The patterns of jet streams have changed. The patterns of western disturbances have changed. The patterns of El Nino and La Nina has been changed. And because of this, because of the global warming and climate change, we find that both the heat waves as well as cold waves, both have changed their pattern. Heat waves as well as cold waves, they have changed their pattern. And they have changed in their intensity. It means that now they are becoming very, very severe. And third one is they have also changed their period. Period means initially they were for 3 days, 4 days. Now they are extending. Period means they are extending their days. So say 5 to 10 days, etc. Intensity means they are becoming very severe. They are becoming very severe. And if you are reading current affairs, Delhi, where extreme cold is there at present, and it is persisting, and they are saying that another 3 or 4 days, the same type of the cold will persist there, along with fog there. So all these are responsible for making any region to have extreme heat waves or extreme cold waves. So this is geography. So hence, when we talk about cold waves or say heat waves, you should understand that naturally the region will have high temperature and low temperature because of the temporal and the spatial variation of insolation, equinoxes, what we say, and solstices. Apart from that, extreme weather phenomena, wind patterns, they have been changed due to the global warming and climate change. And that is where the winds and the atmospheric phenomena, they are making the cold extreme cold and the heat extreme heat, which we refer them as heat waves and cold waves. And hence, in the present context, they have become severe heat waves and severe cold waves. So this is some rough idea about that. Right. Now we moved on to understand what are heat waves and what are cold waves. So this is basic thing about geography. Right. Now we move on to understand the heat waves and all. Now first is heat waves. Now the moment when we say heat waves, it is abnormal rise of the temperature. It is rise of temperature in the area. Right. Now the problem with the heat waves is you don't have uniform definition. No uniform definition. And we don't have uniform criteria. No uniform criteria. No uniform criteria. Right. So every country will have their own criteria. Every country will have their own definition, which have been modified according to their needs. So hence it is very difficult. So what definition is seen in USA is not same for India. What criteria they put is not same for India. So criterias are different, definitions are different. They are changing from one. So hence it is very difficult to define the heat waves. But World Meteorological Organization has defined that, which is most accepted in all parts, that 5 or more consecutive days, continuously for 5 days, if the daily maximum temperature exceeds the maximum average temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. So if this is a place A and the maximum average temperature of that area is 30 degrees centigrade. 30 degrees centigrade. So continuously for 5 days. Continuously for 5 days. Continuously, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. If this is becoming, say, 35 degrees, 36 degrees, 35, etc., then that particular A or the region A is experiencing heat waves. The region A is experiencing heat waves. Right. So that is the definition of the heat waves according to World Meteorological Organization, WMA. So you should remember that part, World Meteorological Organization. Okay. Now, when we talk about the heat waves, so remember that the impact of heat waves are not uniform. It means vulnerability is not uniform. The vulnerability is not uniform. Right. So why the vulnerability is not uniform? So here we find that if you take India, part, we find rich and poor people are there. Rich and poor are there. Now, rich people can make arrangement whenever heat waves are there. Take air conditioners or arrangement of water, or such basic needs which are there. It becomes difficult for the poor. So poor people are more vulnerable whenever heat waves are there. So casualties will be more with poor, slum areas, etc. It also differs from rural to urban, rural and urban. It also depends with individual persons, individual person, because every person will have different resistance. If you take a person of 20 to 25 years or 30 years, he will be having high resistance, so he can survive in the heat waves. But if the same condition is seen in the old age person, say 70-year or 80-year old person, he may not be having the resistance, and hence he can affected by the heat waves. So individually, where we say that the resistance is not uniform, individually resistance is not uniform, is not uniform, right? And social factors, economic factors, all these defines that vulnerability profile of the heat waves is not uniform, right? So wherever the vulnerability is less, the casualties will be more. Poor, less infrastructures, less resistance, less amount of ecological comforts, they will always be affected by the impact of heat waves, right? So remember, vulnerability profile is not uniform, so hence casualties are more wherever the vulnerability is less. That is one. Second, in the present context of the movement of the world, what we say, due to unplanned urbanization, unplanned urbanization, then rapid industrialization, rapid industrialization, right? So unplanned urbanization, rapid industrializations are there, and along with that, the population is also growing. So growing population, growing population. So because of these, we always use more amount of fossil fuels. So because of this usage of fossil fuels, more specifically in the industries, vehicles, domestic, many usages. So these fossil fuels, when they used, so they emit large amount of greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases. So example of greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, methane. So methane are released by agricultural fields, animal husbandry, food industries, right? Carbon dioxide, methane, water vapor, etc. So these greenhouse gases, which are released in the atmosphere, they absorb large amount of the heat. So their absorbing capacity is more. And they in turn, when they absorb, they re-radiate back to the Earth's surface. They absorb the terrestrial radiation and they re-radiate back to the Earth. And in turn, it is responsible for increasing the average temperature of Earth. Increasing the average temperature of Earth. And we refer this as global warming. And hence we say the global warming is responsible for increasing the intensities, their frequencies in many areas. So hence it is responsible for increasing their intensity, frequency, and change in their periods. Intensity means severity. Frequency means numbers of them, numbers of the event which are taking place. So hence they have been increasing. So understand that. Sometimes if they ask question on, write a note on vulnerability profile of India with reference to heat waves. So you should remember these things. Rural, urban, poor, rich, right? Societies, then desert areas, or the areas where you are having a large amount of vegetation. So all these you should remember in the context of writing any such answers. So you should have a geography base. Along with that, you can write very good answers in this part. Is it clear? Okay. So this is some part what you should remember. Whenever when we talk about heat waves, keep this thing in the mind, right? So why it is more vulnerable? Because of these things. Done. Lu is a type of heat waves. Lu is a, say, local wind which is seen in the northwestern part of India. Yes, it is a type of wind, but it becomes more dangerous when there is a delay in the southwest monsoon. Lu is a warm wind, but when there is a delay in that monsoon, so this Lu increases its temperature, then it becomes heat waves, which can bring heat strokes. We'll discuss that. We'll discuss that when I take that. So remember, Lu is a local wind, and if there is a delay in the southwest monsoon, then it becomes fatal. Then it becomes fatal. Okay. Right. Now, heat waves condition. See, we can have a break at around 6:30. Don't worry, we'll have a break at 6:30. Let us complete some flow which should not be disrupted. Right. Now, in the context of India, how the heat waves are, then what are the criteria? Now, whenever when we talk about India, the criteria used are in the plain areas, that is northern plains or the landlocked regions. In the plain areas, if the maximum temperature of a region reaches to 40 degrees in the plain areas, if the maximum temperature reaches to 40 degrees centigrades, or in the coastal areas, if it is reaching 37 degrees, if the maximum temperature is reaching to 37 degree centigrades, or in the hill areas like Uti or high elevated areas, in the hilly areas, if the maximum temperature reaches to 30 degrees, then this is called as heat waves. That is based on the maximum temperature of the station. Based on maximum temperature of the station. This is one criteria. The second criteria is based on the departure from normal temperature. Normal temperature. Now, if any area is there, say area A, and its normal temperature, say the maximum normal temperature which is recorded for this station is say 30 degree centigrade. That is the normal temperature. Now, if the temperature of that area increases to 4.5 to 6.4, that means that if it moves to 34.5 to 36.4, 36, then we refer that as a condition of heat waves. Heat waves. And if the same area A, which is having 30 degrees centigrades, if the temperature of that area increases to say 36.4 and above, 36.4 and above, then we refer that as severe heat waves. Then we refer this as severe heat waves. Right. Then, based on actual maximum temperature, this is only for the plains. These are facts. Sometimes they may ask in the prelims, factual data for prelims. Based on the actual maximum temperature in the plains, if any area has the temperature of 45, if it reaches to 45, invariable about whatever may be its temperature, the moment when it reaches to 45, then we refer that as heat waves. And if it reaches to 47 degrees centigrade, then we refer that as severe heat waves. Right. So it is based on the temperature which is reached in that area. Anytime when it is 45, we refer that as heat waves. If it is 47, then severe heat waves. So these are the three criteria in which the heat waves are defined in India. One is based on the maximum temperature, based on normal temperature deviation, and based on the actual maximum temperature which is absorbed in that particular areas. Is it clear? WMO means World Meteorological Organization. World Meteorological Organization. Right. Now, thus, whatever I told in the initial slide is the same thing. Due to the tiltation and revolution. So during the pre-monsoon days, that is the 3 months, March, April, and May, we refer them as pre-monsoon days. So during these months, insolation is also very high, and the atmosphere will not have much moisture, less moisture. And hence, this is a region, or this is a time where we find heat waves. This is a time where we find heat waves. In the heat waves. Is it clear? Pre-monsoon days. Because of insolation and because of the atmospheric condition in that areas. Right. Now, favorable conditions for the heat waves. What conditions make the heat waves? One is transportation and prevalence of the hot air. So hot air, when it reaches in that areas, so by default the temperature of that region is increased, and this is because of the movement of the wind here, movement of the wind pattern. So I told that along with the apparent shifting of the sun, there is also the impact of wind patterns. So when hot air reaches to that area, because of pressure gradient, wind always moves from high pressure to low pressure. So this hot air, which sustains there for a longer period of a time, increases the temperature of that area. Then second one is absence of moisture in the upper atmosphere. So during that phase, we don't find the winds which carry moisture from the surface of oceans. So the winds are very feeble, and that time we don't have large amount of moisture in the atmosphere. If there would have been moisture, the moisture would have reduced the temperature of that area. So absence of moisture in the upper atmosphere. Then if there are no skies, remember that the sky has albedo effect. The sky has albedo effect. It means that if this is the surface of an earth, now here you are having sky. Now whenever the insolations are there, part of insolations are reflected back by the earth. Part of insolation is reflected by the clouds. So it means that amount of insolation which is reaching to the earth is reduced when the clouds are formed. It reflects back, albedo of the clouds. We refer this as albedo of the clouds. Right? It is just like a masking. Now during this period of a year, there will not be much clouds. So when the clouds are not there, so large amount of insolation will hit to the earth. So here, without the clouds, so as there are no clouds, so we find more insolation will hit, more insolation, and this insolation means high temperature. In high temperature, right? Yes, in the desert region we can find that, because there the rainfall is also very, very less. Diagrams are very, very important. Anytime whenever you are writing any answers, anytime when you are writing any answers in geography or disaster management, diagrams plays an important role. Without diagrams, your answers will not be having weightage. So please make sure that diagrams are important, plus flow charts are important. Flow charts are important in the context of your answer writing capacities. Then large amplitude of anticyclone. Anticyclone means the wind which diverges from that areas. We refer this as anticyclone. Anticyclone. Right. So generally when we talk about this area, right, so here the heat waves is produced. Due to anticyclone, it will spread into neighboring areas. We refer this as anticyclone. Cyclone is a low pressure area. Anticyclone means it is a high pressure area. Comparatively, the winds diverges from there. It is diverging winds. And these diverging winds, they make the heat to spread. They will make the heat or temperature to spread. Right. uh, Cloudy days are more heated due to condensed clouds. See, when we talk about that, there are two impacts of the clouds are there. It can reflect the radiation back, and it can reflect the terrestrial radiation also. So two-way impacts are there. Once it is there at the higher altitudes, if the clouds are at higher altitude, then it will reflect back the insolation. So amount of insolation which can reaching to the earth are decreased. So heating will not be there. The source of heat which can heat the earth is not this. If the clouds are in the lower altitudes, then the terrestrial radiations are reflected back to the earth. See, this is what you should understand. If the clouds are here, insolations are reflected back. Now, when the clouds are down, then the terrestrial radiations are reflected back. Terrestrial radiation. So I'm talking about insolation. And you are talking about terrestrial radiations. Right? I'm talking about insolation. And this aspect, when they increase the temperature, this is terrestrial radiation. Humidity means humidity, it is amount of water vapor. So whenever the water vapor is there in the atmosphere, it will have cooling effect. Okay. Now, these are the color codes which are seen. These are factual data. Don't make much elaborations of that. Right. So when we say green color code, it means normal day, and these are the impacts, and these are the suggested activities which are released by say NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority. Now, if they say it is a yellow alert, it means the temperature is increasing, moderate temperature, and these are the activities which are to be done. Please read them carefully. Orange alert, it is severe heat alert day. Avoid the exposure. Drink as much as oral rehydration syrup, because whenever evaporation takes place, salt content in the body decreases. So hence ORS, buttermilk, etc. are advised. Severe heats. Then if it exceeds that, we refer that as red heat. So during the red heat, we always find very high risks are there. Right. Extreme heat strokes can be seen in that area. So please read them. Whenever you are free. And UPSC will ask only the prelims part of this. In mains, they will not ask this in detail. So sometimes if they ask in the prelims, you should remember these things. We refer them as color codes. See, heat waves and severe heat waves. Heat waves means when the temperature is comparatively less. Severe heat waves means when the temperature exceeds to beyond 36 degrees in the plain areas. So heat waves means cap barrier, that is 4.5 to 6.4 degrees centigrade increase of the temperature. We refer that as heat waves. Severe heat waves means when it becomes very dangerous. See, these, read them. You don't have to remember. Just read them once, twice. Then that will help you to understand that what type of color code and what type of actions to be done here. These are all factual data. Don't interpret them. Read them one time, two time. That is more than sufficient. Right. Along with that, measures to minimize the impact. What methods? So these are generally a normal observations. What you see, that avoid the sun, especially between 12 noon and 3 p.m. Drink sufficient water, so that the water hydration has to be reduced there. So body will become dehydrated. So when the temperature is more, the body will become dehydrated, and because of that, water loss will be there, and also more amount of salts are lost. So you need to have lemon water, buttermilk, etc. Right? Light clothes so that they will have high albedos. High albedo, that is high reflectivity. Reflectivity, right? Then avoid strenuous activities. Don't make the activities which can take more energy from you. Don't take big activities like entering into the gym. So don't do heavy works, right? So whenever you are traveling, carry water with you. Avoid alcohol, tea, coffee, carbonated drinks. Avoid them whenever heat waves are there, right? Then avoid high protein foods because it is very difficult to digest. Very difficult to digest, right? Then if you are working outside, then you should always carry umbrella so that insolation effect will be less. So these are the things. Don't leave the children's or pets in the parked vehicles. Use oral rehydration syrup. Keep animals in the shade and give them plenty of water to drink, right? So all these are the measures which you can take in the context of heat waves. So what are heat waves? Why vulnerability is different? Why vulnerability is different? And also that what measures you should take based on the disaster management authorities perspective plans. And then symptoms and first aids. Symptoms, it can create heat rash, or it can be heat oxidation, heat cramps. And these are the first aids what you can be doing here. So heat disaster, symptoms and first aid. What type of disorders can be seen? Disorder means impact. It can create heat strokes. So whenever heat strokes are there, what should be done as a first aid? And what are symptoms of the heat strokes? So what I am given is more than sufficient. Whatever content is there, it is more than sufficient when we read heat waves. When we read heat waves. So this is more than sufficient. And if you take places, then you can put them into points, right? Okay. See, remembering is not that essential. Sometimes you should keep them. See, way forward, whenever when we say way forward means precautionary measures which has to be done. Reducing fossil fuels, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So you should work out on all the geographical factors which I told. So that is called as way forward for any activities. It can be individual, it can be by the groups, right? So we can have a break and the class will resume at say 15 minutes later. So we'll start the class at 6:50. We class the start at 6:50. Okay, welcome back after a break. So, hope I am audible as well as visible to you all, right? Precautions as an individual should be written. Yes, precautions means individually what you can do. Take proper steps like drinking more water. If any pets are there on the roads, keep them or move away from that. Give them a safe location, right? Suggest good drinking water or provide suitable type of ORS, right? So these are individually which can be done in the part, right? Okay. Now next we move on to the cold waves. So cold waves are the same what you have seen in the heat waves, but only the temperature decreases in that area. But again, whenever you are writing in the cold waves, you should remember that vulnerability profile is also not same. The same you have to mention. Vulnerability profile is not uniform. Not uniform. Right? Rich, poor, and all. The same you can find here. Apart from that, due to global warming and climate change, even they have also changed their intensities. So due to global warming, they have also changed their intensity. They are also increased in the frequency, and they have also changed their pattern. They have also changed their pattern. Right. So these are common for heat waves as well as what we refer them as cold waves. Right. Now, the criteria to define the cold waves are minimum temperature of a station 10 degrees Celsius or less for, sorry, minimum temperature of a station is 10 degrees Celsius or less for a plain area. This is plain area. 10 degrees Celsius or less. And in the hilly station, 0 degree or less. Hilly station means this area. 0 degree or less. We refer that as the cold waves. Now, departure from the minimum temperature, what we have seen in the heat waves. So, if any area is having 20 degrees centigrade, then departure minus from that. So, minus 20 degree minus 4.5 degrees centigrade to 6.5 degree centigrade. We refer this as the cold waves. Departure from this. And the same is referred as severe cold waves. Severe cold waves. If the temperature of that area drops to less than 6.5 of the average temperature, if it drops to 6.5 of average temperature of that area, we refer that as the cold waves, right? So these are the factual parts. What we have seen in the heat waves, the same you can find in the cold waves as well. Now, the same based on actual minimum temperature for plain stations only. It is referred as cold waves when the minimum temperature is minus 4 degrees or less than that. Sorry, minus 4 degrees or more than that. Minus 4 degrees or more than that. And if it is referred as severe cold waves, if it is minus 2 degrees or so, these are the criterias. Right? And in the coastal areas, again, when the minimum temperature departure is 4.5, and if it is defined as cold waves, when it is the minimum temperature is 15 degrees or less. I'm talking about coastal areas. Coastal areas. Right. Mistrals and blizzards are cold waves. See, blizzards are the cold waves, cold winds which are moving from the Arctic region. So we refer them as blizzards. Blizzards. And mistrals are the cold winds which are found in European countries, more specifically in the Rhone Valley. So this mistrals are the cold winds, cold local winds in the Rhone Valley in Europe. And blizzards are the cold winds which are moving from Arctic towards this portion. Right. Severe cold means when the temperature falls to very less in the coastal areas, that is 15 degrees centigrade, or if it is very less than the normal temperature. Right. So we refer them as cold waves and severe cold waves. Cold means some criterias. Severe cold means when it falls beyond that, when the conditions become worst. These are all factual data. Read them and please remember them into that. Right. Now, heat budget you have read in the context of your geography. Heat budget is the amount of insolation what the earth receives, and it is reflected and radiated back by the earth. So energy which is received and reflected back, we refer that as heat budget. And this heat budget itself is altered by anthropogenic factors, and that is what is creating cold waves and heat waves. Right. Now, if you see Indian part, so generally, if you take the data of 1967 to 2019, we find that the northwestern part of India is always affected by the cold waves. The severity is very strong in the northwestern part of India. See this. So these areas are very severe. Very severe. Northwestern part of India is most affected by the cold. And recently we find that it is spreading to the south. It is spreading to the south. It is not only staying there, it is spreading south. Now, if you see the present condition, why more cold waves are in 2024? Why? The northwestern part of India is experiencing cold waves. And the two more cold waves in 2024. Why? Even if you see January, it's almost all end of January. We find that extreme cold temperatures are there in Delhi. Along with the cold temperature, it is also experiencing fog, where many flights are cancelled, where we find many flights have cancelled. And the conditions are becoming more dangerous. Conditions are becoming more dangerous. Right. See how cold waves temperature is more than severe cold. See, when the temperature itself is very less, then we refer that as severe cold waves. When the temperature becomes very, very less, that reduced temperature is referred as severe cold waves. Now, why such conditions are there? So here, Indian Meteorological Department has said that three reasons are to be given for that. The first reason it say that absence of western disturbances. The first one is absence of western disturbances. Western disturbances. Generally in the month of December and January. Absence in the sense they are not more. Usually in the December and January, there should be at least on an average 7 western disturbances are there. So western disturbances means in the Caspian Sea, Mediterranean Sea, etc., which are there in the western part of India. So if this is India, right? So from the Caspian Sea, Black Sea, and these. So due to the change in the insolation and all, so here we find large amount of air rises up, which is filled with the moisture. And this is a region where westerlies are there. And westerlies travel in these directions. And these westerlies bring this moisture towards India. These westerlies, along with the jet stream, they bring this moisture-laden winds towards here. So these western disturbances, they provide rainfall, and second, the wind movements, strong winds. So as the western disturbances were absent or very, very less in the month of December and January, so there was no rainfall, accompanied by the wind patterns, which made the conditions more colder. So this is first one, absence of the western disturbances. Second reason, they told that a strong jet stream which was flowing here, strong jet stream, strong jet stream. Now, what is the role of jet stream? So first understand that whenever when we talk about the jet stream, if this is the surface of an earth at the height, say around 9 to 12 kilometers, the wind which is flowing, we refer this as a jet stream. We refer that as a jet stream, high altitude winds. Now, whenever when the strong jet stream is there, so it will act like a lid for the movement of air. So this strong jet stream made the subsistence of cold air which were moving from west side. It made the subsistence of cold air which are moving from the west. So this jet stream pushed that cold air downward. So the temperature dropped. And the third one is El Nino, which is there in the Pacific Ocean. El Nino in the Pacific Ocean. So because of all these three factors, El Nino, absence of western disturbances, and the jet stream, which made the subsistence of the cold air in the northwestern part of India, including Delhi and all these regions. So hence, in the month of January, we are experiencing severe cold conditions. And meteorological department has said that maybe another 3 days or 4 days, the same will be persisting. If small rainfall, if change in the wind patterns occurs, maybe due to the apparent shifting of the sun, maybe due to apparent shifting of the sun or variation in the jet stream, variation in the jet stream. So then there will be a relief from the cold conditions for the northwestern part of India. I hope it is clear now why such conditions are there in 2024. Okay. Now, next, we move on to understand the impact of cold waves. So, whenever extreme temperature drops are there, loss of life will be there because body cannot resist. There will be not much resistance. Then, it can create illness like hypothermia. It becomes very difficult for the transportation because of the fog. Visibility decreases. Visibility decreases. And hence we find they are cancelled or delayed. Infrastructures are also damaged by the fog-like condition and extreme cold. And whenever extreme cold conditions are there, we always need artificial temperatures. So hence we will use large amount of electricity and fuel, which can again emit large amount of greenhouse gases. Right. So it can also make a huge impact on the agricultural crops, where they are affected by large amount of disease. Livestock means cattle, buffaloes. So they are also affected by the cold temperature. Now, when we talk about the disease, sometimes if they ask in the prelims, sometimes when they ask, you should remember that. So these are the disease which are seen due to low temperature, like in the wheat, black rust; in mustard, aphid or white rust; in tomato, late blight; barley, brown rust. So these are some examples of the disease which are seen due to cold. Right. Now, along with that, infrastructure means whenever the temperature decreases, large amount of moisture will be affecting there, fog will be there, and due to that fog, the marbles, they react. And see, this is all your basic geography. The marbles will react with that, and then they will change their colors. They will become dull, or maybe they become weak when they undergo the process of chemical weathering. Right. Okay. Now, whenever when cold temperatures are there, along with the disease, there is possibility that large amount of pests will also affect. And sometimes due to the cold temperature, the precipitation will be in the form of hailstorms. The precipitations will be in the form of hailstorms. That is, the round pellets which are made up of ice will fall on the agricultural fields. Round pellets. Round pellets which are in the form of ice. When they fall on the agricultural crop, entire crop is destroyed. Entire crop is destroyed. And this you have seen in many states like Maharashtra, where due to hailstorms, large amount of the standing crops are destroyed. Often and often we see this hailstorm in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, where it has destroyed the standing crops. Right. So according to the data, when they calculated from 2008 to 2018, so the total crop and livestock production in the least developed countries and lower middle income countries, least developed countries and lower middle income countries, because these are the countries which are agrarian countries where agriculture is dominant, and they are having less vulnerability, sorry, they are having more vulnerability, because they will be having less capacities financially, technologically, they will not be having much resistance, so they are more vulnerable, and they have calculated that the total losses of that is more than $100 billion. Total losses of that is more than $100 billion. In fact, if you take Africa, it is $30 billion, America and Caribbean, and in Asia it is highest, which is 49. So on an average, $108 billion, $108 billion have been lost due to cold temperature, and that too because of disease, pest, and hailstorms. This is a data which gives an impact of the cold waves. Right. Okay. So the same green, normal, right? Minimum temperature are near normal. If it is orange alert, severe cold wave conditions, which is persisting for 2 days. Red alert, severe cold waves persisting for more than 2 nights. So these are the color codes, right? And the impacts are there. See, El Nino and La Nina, they are the ocean and atmospheric interferences where in the Pacific Ocean, the eastern side of the Pacific Ocean, where they become more in temperature. Generally, Peru current is cold. When the Peru current becomes much more colder, we refer that as La Nina. When it becomes warm, we refer that as El Nino phase. Hailstorms are formed in the summer season. How can it affect in the cold wave situation? So generally when we talk about hailstorms, so hailstorms, they depend on the region. So generally in Maharashtra, we find them due to unseasonal rainfall. I'm talking about unseasonal rainfall here. So here, unseasonal rainfalls. Right. So I agree that they are in the summer season, but due to global warming and climate change, they are received even in the month of February. Right. So even in the month of February, so which creates, so that's what I told, that due to impact of global warming and climate change, all the weather patterns have been altered. So you can't say that they are only in the month of the summer. So they have been altered. Precipitation patterns have been altered. Right. Now, forest fire. Now, whenever when we talk about forest fire, understand certain points which are important. Forest fire, it is an important important component of forest biome. Right. I think it is clear, Anjan, right? I am telling that it is normally we see them in the summer season, but you can't rule out that they can't be changed. So hence we say unseasonal patterns. That's what I told in the initial stage, that due to the impact of the weathers, the patterns have been altered. Right. Okay. So forest fires, important component of the forest biome. And these forest fires, they always named after the places where they originate. So the forest fires are named. They are always named after the places where they originate, where they originate. Right. Say if the forest fire is there in Bandarghatta, so we say Bandarghatta forest fires. If it is in California, California forest fires. If it is in Himachal, Himachal forest fires. If it is in Sikkim, Sikkim forest fire. If it occurs in any national park, so that national park we name. So they are always named after the places where they originate. Why? Because it is easy for the disaster management to reach and take part. So by naming them, it is easy. It becomes easy to reach for the disaster management team. So hence, any fire, any forest fires, they always named after the places in which they originate. Right? Any area, if it is in any street, then we name them after that street. Any city, named after that. So all the forest fires, all they are named after the places where they originate. Right? Then when we say important component of forest biome, so they all are important component only when they are periodic and controlled. They are important component of forest biome only when they are periodic and controlled. Now what benefits they give? What are advantage of that? What are advantages when they are periodic and controlled forest fire? Right. So first one is they remove the dead stock by burning all the dead leaves and dead plants there. So they remove the dead stock. Remove dead stock. And by removing that, they prevent from large dangers. So it is something like this. Every day you are cleaning your verandas and leaves will be there. They will be accumulated. Every day if you burn that, then there will be not stock. If you leave it for 1 month, large stock will accumulate. And when you burn that, that become a dangerous. So timely burning will reduce the area from high part, right? So it will remove the danger. It will remove the danger. Periodic burning. When you remove the dead stock, so intensity of fires are removed. So if you are burning it, say after 6 months, 7 months, when huge amount of wood and all have piled up, then it becomes uncontrolled one, right? So it removes the dead stock. Second one is, generally in the forest areas, whatever vegetations are there, they are fire resistant. And if any species entered there, we refer that as alien species. They will not be resistant with the fires. So it removes away the alien species from the forest areas. It removes the alien species. Alien species. Alien species means any plant which is not the native of that area. Any plant which is not the native of that area. Third one is, so when the forest fires are there, so they will make the clearance of the surface by which the germination of seeds will be there. It will help for germination of the seeds or germination of new vegetation. Now, when the forest fires are there, it will clear the path. And this will make the movement of officials very easy. It will make the movement very easy. Right. So when we talk about that, you should remember these. So forest fires are important component of forest biome. So fire is an important part of forest biomes. So entire earth is divided into biomes. So among them, one biome is forest. So hence we say fire is an important component of forest biome. Fire is an important component of forest biomes, right? It is advantage only when it is periodic and controlled. Now, this forest fire, which is periodic and controlled, it can be natural or it can be man-made. It can be natural or man-made. Now, the moment when we say man-made, so it can be due to error or it can be with purpose, deliberate. Deliberate, right? So any event, when it becomes uncontrolled, so the same forest fire, whether it is natural or man-made, when it becomes uncontrolled, then this forest fire become disaster. Uncontrolled, then it become a disaster. Right. See, when dead plants and leaves are there in the forest areas, if they keep on accumulating, then they will pile up large amount of the fuel there. If you are burning them regularly, then the dead stock is removed, so it will not be more dangerous over a long period of a time. So in that case, it will remove the danger of the spreading of forest fire very fast. Then second one is, these forest areas, they always have fire resistant. The vegetation are fire resistant. Now, if any plant species which is not the native of that area, which is entering into the forest, either by deliberate or by some accident, we refer that as alien species. And this alien species is always a threat to the forest vegetation. So this natural forest fires, they burn off all the aliens which are entering so that they maintain the diversity of the forest area. So that is important point, right? Okay. Germination of the seeds means when the seed of a big tree falls down, it is covered by the leaves. So when the leaves are there, sunlight will not penetrate, so the seeds will not generate. After burning that, the leaves will burn and the surface becomes free, the seed will germinate, as simple as it is. Okay, so then we refer that as a disaster, uncontrolled forest fire. Now, when we talk about forest fires, generally we define the forest fires like the crown upper portion. We refer this as crown forest fires. Three types are there. Crown forest fire. Then the two areas near the surface or in the ground, we refer them as ground and surface. Ground, surface, and crown. Three types of forest fires are there. So there is possibility of controlling one and two. You can control. I'm using possibility of controlling 1 and 2, but it is very difficult to control the crown fire. Very difficult to control the crown fire, because these forest fires, when we see, generally they are seen in the dry seasons, and during the dry seasons the vegetation is completely without any moisture, so easily it will catch fire. So the vegetation which is completely dry will catch fire easily. And second thing is, the strong winds which are blowing there, they will spread the wind very fast. They will spread the wind, right? See, when we say Amazon forest fire, there are many reasons for Amazon forest fire. It can be man-made and it can be natural also. So Amazon forest fire reason is shifting cultivation, pasture cultivation, and cultivation of soybean in that areas. So that's why uncontrolled events took place in that part. So these are three types of forest fires, right? Now, the reasons for that, this is natural reasons: lightning, friction of the stones, etc. Man-made. So man-made factors are also referred as anthropogenic. Anthropogenic, right? So it can be due to accidents or it can be deliberate, purposeful. Deliberate means purposeful. Can it also decrease the fertility of soil as they harden the top surface? See, generally when we talk about the forest fires, so they add up nutrients very fast, so it increases the fertility rather than decreasing. Understand that. Generally when we talk about any soils, the soils become rich when the nutrients are added to that. Nutrients are added to that, right? Now these nutrients are when the bacteria act on the biodegradable waste and they convert them into nutrients. It was a long process. So if the bacteria are converting them, if the bacteria are converting them, it is very long process, very long process. But whenever forest fires are there, it will convert the dead vegetation into nutrients very fast. So the conversion is very fast, and that I will add nutrients to the soil very fast, like nitrogen, phosphorus, which is present in that dead biomass, and hence it will increase the fertility. It will increase the fertility, right? So hardening soil is there, but it is seen now. Forest fire is more in deciduous. Yes, in deciduous we find they are more, and tropical evergreen forest also we can find them because of the variation in the rainfall. So whenever rainfall is less, moisture will be less, and possibility of catching up the forest fire is strong, right? Okay. See, this alien species and all, they all are your ecology terms. I'm just explaining the content which is there, because if I keep on explaining all, then it becomes difficult for me to cover up the topics. And moreover, I'm just linking that part of ecology to this session, right? Then impacts of the forest fires. One is pollution. So when the forest fires are there, so they will add large amount of ash, soot, smoke, etc., which will make pollution. Then it will affect the livelihood loss of forest dwellers, more specifically the people who are staying there, generally the tribal peoples. And fringe communities. Fringe means who are staying near the forest. If this is a forest, so those who are staying here, we refer them as fringe communities. Communities, right? So these are the one who are affected by that livelihood. Livelihood means their everyday activities are affected, right? Then loss of biodiversity. Whenever forest fires are there, we always find that the plants and animals, they always have injuries, and these injuries can lead to death. Generally the burn which can cause them. I'm talking about uncontrolled forest fire. If it is controlled, then there is no problem. It is uncontrolled one, right? Along with that, whenever forest fires are there, animals leave their habitation. They leave their habitation, and when they leave their habitation, as I told, it will again lead to man animal conflict. It will lead to man animal conflict. And in both the cases, either the wild animal is killed, domesticated animal is killed, or the man is killed. So hence it will always affect biodiversity. Loss of life and properties, agricultural field in that areas, or if any settlements are there, right? Then man animal conflict because of these things. Global warming. Now remember that forest areas are referred as carbon sink. They are referred as carbon sink. Carbon sink. It means they absorb large amount of carbon dioxide by a process called as photosynthesis. So they absorb large amount of carbon dioxide in the form of photosynthesis. and this carbon dioxide is stored in the plant. Now, when the trees are burned, either it is dead or living, when they are burned, so whatever stored carbon dioxide is there is released. They're burning. The stored CO2, the stored carbon dioxide is released. And remember, carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. And hence they can add up to the global warming. They can add up to the global warming. Is it clear? Then it accelerates other disasters. Like if the forest fires are there, it can lead to drought, it can lead to landslides in that areas when the vegetation is removed. Right. So it can lead to many disasters. Low birth weight in new babies. So this was experienced or observed in the tropical areas like Amazon forest, because of the pollution which is created by the smoke. So that makes the low birth weight in newborn babies. Few, not all, few. Forest fire can lead to cloudburst. Sometimes when we say forest fire removes the vegetation, and if that area is not having vegetation, that can trigger the the landslide, or sometimes that can trigger the breaching of moraines. And forest fires sometimes increases the temperature. They add up the global warming, and they can also be the reason for increasing of the temperature. So cumulative efforts can be seen. You can't say one. So yes, forest fire can be one of the reason for cloud bursting, sorry, for the glacial lake outburst, floods, etc. Right? Okay. All these are there, erosions and all. Forest dwellers means who are staying in the forest. Forest dwellers means who are staying in the forest, the tribal people. Right? Next, forest fires in India. A data: 46% increase in the forest fire between 2003 to 2017. It means continuously the forest fires are increasing in India. And 90% of the forest fires in India are man-made. Man-made. Maybe with an error, or maybe deliberate. Deliberate. Maybe for settlements, projects, etc. Right? Maybe for projects where you clear the forests, or maybe for settlements where you clear, it becomes uncontrolled. More than 50% of geographical area is affected by forest fires out of the total area. Out of total area. Out of total. So remember, 50% of geographical area is affected by forest fires in India. Right? Then, northeastern and central India are worst affected. Northeastern and central India are most affected. Central portion and northeastern part of India are most affected. Right? Then, fire season in India is February to May, because this is a region which is referred as dry season, where there is no much rainfall. Dry weather, temperature is also very high. Right? So dry weather means vegetation is also dry. No or very less precipitation. So these conditions make the fires inevitable in India. The monsoon is primary determination of forest fires in India. So if the monsoon delayed, then the forest fires will increase, because monsoon brings moisture. If there is delay in the monsoon, if there is delay in the monsoon, then the vegetation will be dry. The period of dryness increases, and this will make the forest fire most vulnerable. So this will increase the incidence of forest fire. if there is a delay in the monsoon. So sometimes when there is a delay of 5 days, 10 days, then there will be a forest fires in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, or in the northeastern state. Why? Because the temperature is very high and moisture is not reaching because of delay in the monsoon, or or very small amount of rainfall, or decreased rainfall, which can make the condition very worst. Now, if the monsoon is early, then it will add moisture, the water is added, and the vegetation becomes wet, which will not catch much fire. So, on time monsoon and early monsoon can reduce the fire incidence. So, hence, monsoon is a primary determinant of forest fires in India. On time monsoon or early monsoon or normal monsoon normal monsoon can reduce the incidence of forest fires, because all these will add moisture. All these will add moisture. The vegetation will become wet, right? So slash and burn can be example of deliberate. Yes, it is a deliberate one. It can be a deliberate one, right? Then Keith Bairam drought index is used to measure the intensity of forest fires. It is used to measure intensity, and also possibility of forest fire. Possibility of fire. Right. Now you don't have to explain in detail what is Keith Bairam drought index. It talks about the dry vegetation. So by calculating the dryness, it can justify that the area can be vulnerable for fire or not. So just remember, Keith Bairam drought index is used in measuring the possibility of forest fire and intensity of forest fire. Possibility and intensity of forest fires. Right. So 90% are man-made, 10% are due to natural force. Natural in the sense lightning effect during the dry seasons, lightning effect during the dry season, or due to frictions, or maybe due to change in the weather pattern. Change in the weather pattern. Right. Now, if you see the India, so northeastern part, it is vulnerable because of shifting cultivation. Northeastern part, it is vulnerable for shifting cultivation. Shifting cultivation. Or second reason you can give is if the region receives less rainfall during pre-monsoon or monsoon season. Low rainfall. Low rainfall. Or third is delay in the monsoon. Delay in monsoon. Right. And this region is also the same. Uttarakhand region. So recently, if you are reading, Jammu Kashmir was affected by forest fire because of very low rainfall. If you are reading the current affairs, since from last 1 month, there is no ice deposit in Jammu Kashmir and Uttarakhand region. So there is almost a negligible amount of ice there. So precipitations are not seen. So hence the winters are dry in Jammu Kashmir and Punjab and Haryana. So extreme low precipitation. Extreme low rainfall is the reason for the forest fires there, like in Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, etc. Because when extreme low rainfall is there, accompanied by high temperature, the vegetation will become dry and it will catch fire very easily, catch and spread fire very easily. Right. Then the central portion of India. This is a dry region of India, as it is the region which receives less rainfall. The region receives less rainfall. It is drought prone area, and it is the region where rainfall is less because of the leeward region and because of many other factors. Leeward of Western Ghats, etc. Right, and then we find heavy activities in the Western Ghats. So Western Ghats, the moment when we say in the Western Ghats, so the reason for the forest fires here is deforestation, shifting cultivation, and cutting up of forest for construction activities. So these are the reasons where we see the forest fires are deliberately seen in India. They are due to delay in the monsoon, less precipitation, which can be the reason for natural cause, deliberately because of shifting cultivation, or because of the geography of that area. Geography of that area. It means its location is such that it receives low rainfall, and hence it is vulnerable for them. Right? PPT means precipitation, less precipitation, less precipitation, or no precipitation. So please understand, less precipitation or no precipitation. Precipitation means rainfall. So generally when we talk about rainfall, you should remember that rain is not appropriate word. Sometimes the precipitation is in the form of ice. In Kashmir and Punjab and Haryana, when we say in Punjab and Haryana, we say it is rainfall. But the same when it is in the Kashmir and Uttarakhand, where it is falling in the form of ice, we don't call it as ice. We say the precipitation is in the form of snow. So hence, rather than rain, we use the term precipitation appropriate, because precipitation can be in the form of rain and can be in the form of snow as well. So whenever you are writing your answers, the appropriate word is precipitation. Precipitation. Right. Rajasthan, Gujarat, Delhi is low risk in the forest. See, when you talk about Rajasthan, Gujarat, so that is an area where we find a large amount of vegetation is missing, and hence we don't have much forest covers in that areas. And as there is less forest covers, so generally that region will not be having vulnerable. I'm not talking about all fires. I'm talking only about forest fires. Right. Okay. So this is vulnerability profile of India. Right. Okay. Now next is Forest Survey India. FSI means Forest Survey India, a nodal agency. Forest Survey India. It is a nodal agency. Nodal means important agency, which takes about maintenance of the forests, all datas, everything, which are published, most of the datas we say by Forest Survey of India. So it is a nodal agency in the context of India. Right. So Forest Survey of India, it monitors the forest fires on two satellite platforms. One is Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer, which is referred as MODIS. MODIS. And second one is Visible Infrared Imagining Radiometer, that is VIIRS. And these datas which are received by them, the datas which are received by them, they are very important. They are very important to provide or to create the forest alert systems. To create the forest fire alert system, FAST. So the data plays important role in creating forest fire alert system. Early warning piece. Early warning. Which plays an important role in early warning. So they provide forest fire alert systems. The data which are very, very important. And they have been updated. They have been always updated. And at present, we also have the data, or they do real-time monitoring. At present, they do real-time monitoring. The new version which was added, the new version of FAST, that is Forest Fire Alert System. Generally, we refer that as FAST 3. Forest Fire Alert System, which provides real-time monitoring. The moment when any incidences are there, easily it will capture and send it. So it becomes easy for management of the disasters, right? So understand this. FSI, Forest Survey India, nodal agency, satellites, the datas which are used to create the forest fire alert systems. And at present, we are having the new version, and this new version gives real-time monitoring of the forest fires. Real-time monitoring of the forest fires, right? Himachal are generally cool than how it is forest fire. See, Himachal are cooler areas, but whenever there is a delay in the monsoon, take Kashmir. Kashmir is also cool area. Then why it is experiencing fires? Himachal, Kashmir, and all these northeastern states, they are cooler areas only when the winter seasons are there. But during when the apparent shifting of the sun is there, they again the temperature increases there. But apart from that, delay in the monsoon or very less precipitation where the moisture is completely zero there, and in that case the vegetation catches fire very fast. The dry vegetation can catch very fast, and this we have seen in many states, not only in the northern part. Even Goa has also the same incidents. The Goa also has the forest fire last year because of the change in the weather pattern. So Himachal Pradesh, yes, because of low precipitation and delay in the monsoon, where the vegetation becomes dry for a longer period of a time, and easily it can catch fire. I agree that they are cold regions, but during the forest season, the temperature becomes high there due to apparent shifting of the sun and precipitation patterns which have been changed due to weather factors, and hence possibility of forest fire catching them is more. Cloud burst happens in the forest. See, cloud burst can happen in the mountain areas rather than forest. In the mountain areas it can say, because it should need a barrier. And possibility, yes, you can say in the forest areas only when large amount of lifting takes place, large amount of the vertical lifting takes place. It depends on vertical lifting of the air and the cloud formation. Generally in the mountain areas where orographic impact are there, cloud burstings are dominant, right? Then forest fire management in India. Now whenever when we talk about forest fire management in India, remember, one is the India's Forest Act of 1927, which makes criminal offense to burn or allow fire in reserved and protected areas. So what are protected areas? National parks, wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserves. So protected areas means examples: national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, etc. We refer them as protected areas. Then Wildlife Act of 1972, under which there is a section 30, which prohibits setting up of fires in the wildlife sanctuaries. These all are legal paths. Then clearance of forest lands and conduct controlled burning. So when you clear the forest lines, it will make easy for movement. It will make easy for the movement. Easy movement will be there. And when the controlled burning are there, it will reduce the threat. Controlled burning means it will reduce the larger threat. Right. So that's why when the forest personals are there, when they find dead stock is there, they burn it off so that it will not accumulate. It will not accumulate. So we refer that as controlled burning, so that no accumulation is done. Right. Then silviculture. Silviculture means selective thinning of the trees, and if any tree which is there which can be a threat to spread the fire, then you remove that. Thinning, it means cutting the branches, growing of the trees along with the crops, which you have seen in the context of your agriculture. Now, growing the trees, silviculture. If the branches are continuously combining, it can spread the fire. If you cut the branches, then the fire will not spread. We refer that as selective thinning. See, this is simple. If these are the trees, when the branches are connected, then the fire will spread. If you cut these, then the contact is reduced, and this contact, when it is reduced, possibility of spreading of fire is reduced. Then planting fire resistant plants, so that after the burning they can recover quickly, or they can resist fire. So generally, such types of vegetation or such types, we refer them as resilient. Resilient plantation, resilient architecture, resilient crops. I'm using the term resilient architecture, resilient buildings, resilient plantation. Resilient means they are having two properties. One, they can resist the change. If they are unable to resist, they will recover very quickly after the impact. They will recover quickly. After impact. Right. So when you talk about resilient, remember this: resilient crops, resilient buildings. Resilient buildings means resisting the earthquake, and if they are unable to resist, then quickly recover them. The instruments or whatever materials you are using them should be such that it is easy to recover it very fast. So we refer them as resilient. So hence, planting fire resistant plants or resilient plants. Early warning to be disseminated, and fire danger rating system is updated. So at present we are having real time monitoring called as fast 3. Right. So forest fire alert system 3. Right. Then dry firefighting techniques like bush fighting. So whenever we find the forest fires are there on the ground, sometimes we can take the bush and you can hit it on the ground. So we refer them as dry firefighting techniques, generally when it is surface or ground. Traditional method, you can't control the crown fire by using the dry techniques. So it can be a bush, or sometimes when you make throwing of water, or sometimes when you take some other chemicals in that. We refer them as a dry firefighting part. Right. Then national action plan for forest fire. BR means biosphere reserves. Silviculture is bonsai. Bonsai is a type of silviculture. Bonsai is type of silviculture, right? Resilient plants. See, resilient means when you visit to the plants, if if they are having thick barks, then they can resist to that. In the Mediterranean vegetation, so when we visit to the Mediterranean, all the sclerophyllus are resilient. Thick barks will be there. So after the fire, they can resist or they can recover very fast. In the Mediterranean climate, we find them. In the Amazon also, any such vegetation. So most of the areas wherever forest fire is inevitable, they will be having resilient type of the vegetation, right? Okay, now we'll try to understand what is this National Action Plan on Forest Fire. Crown fire can be controlled by pouring water. No, you can't do that. Crown fire can be controlled only when you use many helicopters, when you throw the chemicals on that. Crown fire means it is on the top of the trees. You can't control that. You can't control that. Crown fire means it is the bush fire where uh, acres of land catches fire, and it is not technically possible. Generally, when you talk about Australian bushfires, so Australian bushfire means where it is for 10 days, 15 days, when they say in the news that it is unable to control the forest fire. And that type of forest fire is called as crown fires, which cannot be done by these. Is it clear? Okay. Now, National Action Plan for Forest Fire. The first one is minimizing the forest fire by informing, enabling, and empowering the fringe communities. Fringe communities means the people who are staying in the local areas, sorry, in the neighborhood of forest. We refer them as fringe communities, right? So how you can involve them? By giving incentives. By giving incentives to work with forest officials, to work with forest officials, right? So because local people, they will know more about the forest areas. These fringe communities, they will know more. They will know more about the vegetation. They will be having complete idea because they are seen the area since from very long. So if you involve them, then it will be effective mode of, and it will be effective in disaster management, involving the people because they know everything about that areas. They are local people. They are local people, right? Then guide and assist for holistic management of forest fire. So whenever when we talk about guide, so it is about clubbing policymakers, administrator, and civil societies. Clubbing policymakers, administrators, and civil societies. Because when we say holistic management, a complete idea is involved. So the expertise of the civil societies are taken. Then policymakers, they have their own ways in which they can involve. Administrators, they will be having some administrative experiences by coordinating with different ministries, so hence if there is a holistic management has to be done, then it has to be involved with the policymakers plus administrators plus the civil societies. Then prevent forest fires and improve resilience against the hazard. Resilience means, again I'm using the term, first one is resist or resistance, and second one is recover quickly. recover quickly Recover quickly. Prevent forest fire and improve resilience against the hazard. Any vegetations are there, so they should be resisting, and if they are unable, then they should recover quickly. So we are using the term resilience, so please remember this. Resilience, it is seen in all the ways. Right? Then safety of the people who are staying in the forest areas, safety of the people. So high priority should be given to the resistance. High priority should be given to the residents of forests. Right. Then when we talk about the resilience against the hazard and all, so generally it is about protecting biodiversity. It is about protecting biodiversity, protection and conservation of biodiversity. Of biodiversity. Right. Then clear line of command should be there. Now whenever when you are having the clear line of command, so the moment when you are having clear line of command, it will explain their responsibilities and accountability. It will explain their responsibility and accountability. Right. So whenever when there is a responsibility is given to any person, then his accountability by default increases. When you assign the responsibilities, then he will be accountable for the responsibilities which are given to that. And whenever when there is a clear line of command with responsibility and accountability, then it will be very effective in management. So this will be more effective. Then districts should be taken as basic units. So rather than bigger areas, you take district as the basic unit for disaster management. Disaster management. Right. Then there should be zoning map. So you should always create the zoning map, forest fire zoning map. Always remember, whenever when we talk about zoning map, the same thing, earthquake zoning map or landslide zoning map. So this zoning map will help us to understand, restrict and regulate. Restrict and regulate the activities in that areas. And apart from that, so this zoning map should be always reviewed and updated, because weather is always changing, wind pattern is changing. So this should be always reviewed. So the zoning maps, they should be reviewed and updated. They should be reviewed and updated. Right. Then create awareness and effective communication. So this is a part of early warning system. Create awareness and effective communication so that this early warning system will be effective. Right. So it will help in risk management. Risk management. Right. Then forest biomass management. The dead trees, dead leaves are there. They should be burnt. Weed, the grasses, etc., which are grown there. So they should be burnt when they are dry, so that it can control them. Then preparedness, early warning, because forest fires are socio-natural hazards. They are socio-natural hazards. So it means along with the natural cause, anthropogenic factors are influenced there. Any socio-natural hazards are those where we find along with the natural part, they are influenced by anthropogenic factors. Anthropogenic means man-made factors will accelerate that. Man-made will be man-made factors will be accelerating that. So hence, this forest fire is a socio-natural. That's what I told in the yesterday's class. That is day for yesterday's class. right? Right. Then, so hence, early warning system is very important. Digitalization of forest boundaries so that the real time mapping can be done. Adopt forest fire alert system fast. And at present, we are using the real time monitoring fast 3. Then improve ground based detection so that easy to understand in the initial stage. Then strengthening the engagement with the local communities, because local communities are very very much known to the areas. So this is referred as the India's national action plan for forest fires. National action plan for forest fire. See, biomass means the dead leaves, the dead trees branches. So when you burn them, we refer that as biomass. Biomass means dry matter. Dry matter. Dry matter. Right. Okay. So this is all about the forest and forest fire management in the context of India. Right. Now we move on to tropical cyclones. See, at present we don't have any such technologies. Only it is done by monitoring. Only it is done by monitoring only. Now here you can add, say, international efforts are also there in the context of India. International efforts are also there. For example, we come across a event called as United Nations Forum for Forest. United Nations Forum for Forests. United Nations Forum for Forest. UNFF, United Nations Forum for Forest. Now India is a member of that. Not only member, India is founding member of that. India is founding member of that. Founding member of that. United Nations Forum for Forest. Now what this international forum talks about? It is international forum. This international forum works for protection and conservation of forest resources. Protection, conservation, and management of forest resources. Management of forest resources. Now, this is in the news, United Nations Forum for Forest, because last year, India made a meeting of that. Conference of UNFF was done in India. India organized. India organized the conference of UNFF in the year 2023. So such current affairs you can link in your answer writing. Yes, artificial rains can be used. Artificial rains can also be used. You can add them possibilities. Artificial rains means whenever cloud seeding is done, so small rainfall can also reduce that. You can use them. Perfect. You can use them. So that is methodologies. Artificial rain can also be seen there. Right. Okay. Clear line of command means, see, when peoples are there, A, B, C. If you say A, that lifting of table from here to that area is your responsibility, so you are given him a responsibility, right? So if he is not lifting that, then he will be accountable for the word which is done, so hence the work will be effective. So we refer that as clear line of the commands. If you assign a work to somebody and if the work is not performed, then he will be responsible for not doing that act, right? So it increases the responsibility which is shared to them, and the same thing, it also increases the accountabilities, right? Okay. Now next we move on to tropical cyclones. Now, a moment when we talk about tropical cyclones, so remember that tropical cyclones are the irregular winds which revolves around the low pressure centers. So it is a low pressure center. And apart from low pressure centers, the winds are revolving. So whenever when the low pressure centers are there, winds will be converging. So it is an area where the winds are converging. So along with the converging, they are rotating. Right. So low pressure means convergence of the wind. So they are not the normal winds, they are irregular winds. So the irregular winds which rotates or revolves around the low pressure centers due to atmospheric disturbances, that is change in the temperature or change in the pressure. And the rotation of an earth which makes the Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect means deflection of the wind. And this Coriolis effect makes the rising wind to rotate. So this Coriolis effect makes the rising wind to rotate, rising air to rotate. See, in geography, you have learned that the winds will converge in the low pressure. After converging, due to initial momentum, they rise up. The winds will converge in the low pressure and they rise up. And this wind which is rising up, if it is affected by Coriolis effect, then they will deflect right side in the northern hemisphere and left side in the southern hemisphere. And because of that, because of this Coriolis effect and their rotation, so we find these cyclones, they always rotate anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. So they always make the rotation anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere, anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere, and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Clockwise in the southern hemisphere, right? So this you have done in geography. Now, when we talk about any cyclone, cyclone means coils of a snake. It is a Greek term called as coils of a snake. Right. So the air which is moving up is rotated around the low pressure center. Now these cyclones, we can classify them into two parts. All the cyclones which are there in the areas of Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, we refer them as tropical cyclones, which are between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. We refer this as tropical cyclones. Tropical cyclones. And the cyclones which are beyond the Tropic of Cancer, these areas, we refer them as temperate cyclones. Temperate cyclones, or we refer them as extratropical cyclones. Extratropical cyclones, or we refer them as mid-latitude cyclones. Mid-latitude cyclones. So always two types of cyclones are there based on their formation, based on their area of operation, and based on their orientation. I'm repeating. So these cyclones are classified. They are classified on the basis of the area where they are formed. Second, how they are formed. And third one is their path, which we refer that as orientation. So based on this, we classify them as tropical cyclone or we classify them as temperate cyclone. And here we are talking about the tropical cyclones. which are seen in the tropical areas. Right. Temperate cyclones are the same rotating winds which are beyond the tropics, that is beyond the Tropic of Cancer and beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. We refer them as temperate cyclones or extratropical cyclones or mid-latitude cyclones. Mid-latitude cyclones. Is it clear? Okay. So now we are talking about this region which is called as tropical cyclones. Now, the moment when we say tropical cyclones, always remember the tropical cyclones are developed because of the temperature as the main criteria. Change in the temperature as major criteria. So hence, tropical cyclones are referred as thermal in origin. They are referred as thermal in origin. Thermal in origins. And these are found in the trade wind region. Trade wind areas, which move from east to west. And because of effect, these tropical cyclones, they have a path which is referred as parabolic path. So they move from east to west and then move like this. So we refer them as parabolic path. Parabolic path. See, frontal cyclones are also referred as temperate cyclones. Frontal cyclones means when two air masses combined. So due to that, they are lifted up and they stand opposite to each other. Fronts means standing opposite to each other. So tropical cyclones are not frontal. Temperate cyclones are frontal cyclones. Mid-latitude cyclones are frontal cyclones. Cold air mass from the polar area and warm air mass from the tropical area. When they combine due to initial momentum, they raise us up. So we refer them as frontal cyclones. So don't confuse a tropical cyclone with the frontal. Frontal cyclones are temperate cyclones. Right. Okay. Heat engines means we refer them as the tropical cyclones where the temperature is very, very significant there. So at least around 27 degrees centigrade is required. And moreover, these tropical cyclones, they always develop on water bodies. They always develop on water bodies. Water bodies. Right. And these tropical cyclones, they always develop near the equator, not exactly on the equator, near the equator. Near the equator. Because at equator, the Coriolis effect is zero. So when the Coriolis effect is zero, then how they can make rotation? How they can make rotation? So hence, they develop near the equator. Because on the equator, the Coriolis effect is zero. So why not on the land? Because on the land mass, they don't have moisture, sufficient moisture. Because for the tropical cyclone, they need high temperature. Along with high temperature, they also need huge moisture. And this moisture is sufficiently seen only in the water bodies. So hence they can develop only on the surface of water bodies, not on the land areas. The temperate cyclone can develop on the land areas or in the ocean surfaces. But the tropical cyclones, mandatorily, they will develop on the water bodies like big oceans or the seas. Is it clear? These are very basic things which you have done in your geography, right? So how an equator Coriolis force is zero, where the Earth speed is maximum? See, remember that this is again your basics geography, man. You should be knowing that geography part. When you talk about the equator, the rotation is maximum at equator. I agree with that. But when we talk about the when we talk about the Coriolis effect, it is about the coordinate geometry which we talk about. And they are the sign values. Coriolis effect, they are the sign values. So the equator, the angle is 0 degrees centigrade. 0 degrees. And at the poles, the angle is 90 degrees. Now what is sine 0 and what is sine 90 degrees? Sign values. Sine 90 is 1 and sine 0 is 0. That's why there is no deflection. So remember, the velocity is more at the equator, but the deflection is 0 due to sine factor. And that is the reason why, if any wind is to moving from south to north, as the Coriolis force is 0 at the equator, then only it will cross. I think it is clear. If the Coriolis effect is maximum at the equator, then how the wind will cross from north to south? Even in the context of Indian monsoon, here we are having India. The southwest monsoons, which originate in the Mascarene High, they crosses the equator only when the Coriolis effect is 0 at the equator. After crossing the equator, they deflect right side. And they reach India. So remember, Coriolis effect is 0 at equator. Coriolis effect is 0 at equator. Simple as it is. I don't get confused. Is it clear now? Okay. So hence, you should remember that the Coriolis effect is 0 at the equator. No deflections are there. And that is why no tropical cyclones are seen exactly on the equator. We always say the tropical cyclones develop near the equator. Right. Now, these tropical cyclones have different names. So they are referred as cyclones in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. They are referred as typhoons in West Pacific, hurricanes in Atlantic Oceans and in the Eastern Pacific. So this is Atlantic Ocean. So they are having different names. So they can be referred as hurricanes, they can be referred as cyclones, they can be referred as the typhoons. See, trade winds are present, not absent. Trade winds are there. So this is a region where we find trade winds. Tropical areas, trade winds are there, man. Beyond that, westerlies are there. Okay. So this is the names which are given to the tropical cyclones: hurricanes, cyclones, typhoons, etc. Okay. Now, these tropical cyclones, they are having different criteria to be classified. In the context of India, when you talk about India, right? So Indian Meteorological Department, which is a nodal agency, which defines these low pressure centers. If the wind velocity is 31 to 50, we refer that as depression. The rotating wind velocity. And if it is 51 to 62, then we refer that as deep depression. If it exceeds beyond that, then we refer that as cyclones. Now these wind velocities are because of the pressure gradient. Wind always moves from high pressure to low pressure because of pressure gradient. Right. Now in the tropical cyclones, generally the pressure gradient is very steep. And hence the velocity is very high. And hence their velocity will be high. Velocity will be high here. Right. So KT means knots. So don't go with that knots. You can remember kilometers per hour. Knots, nautical miles. 1 kilometer is equals to, 1 nautical mile is equals to 1.85 kilometers. So don't go in detail about the knots. So just remember wind velocities. If the wind velocity is more than 221 kilometers, then we refer that as super cyclones. So this is how the cyclones are classified based on the wind velocity. So it can be cyclone, it can be severe cyclone, or it can be super cyclone when the wind velocity exceeds more than 221. And the hurricanes are also classified on the basis of wind velocities. Category 1, category 2, category 3, and category 5 is when the wind velocities are very high, when it removes everything. And hurricanes are classified on Saffir-Simpson scale. Saffir-Simpson scale. So these are the factual data which you should remember in the context of any type of the tropical cyclones or hurricanes. Right. Now, understand this about tropical cyclone. About tropical cyclones. Right. M considers they are super cyclones because the wind velocity was very high. Perfect. Now about the tropical cyclones. So tropical cyclones are thermal in origin. It means temperature is there. So here, if you find the water body, this is a water body. Maybe it is an ocean, or maybe it is a big sea or a lake. Now on that, when the low pressure is created, the wind will accumulate. Convergence of wind will be there. Converge. And this convergence will create a low pressure. And over a period of a time, so this depression, it will become very strong. It will develop into cyclone. Right? And we refer that as intensification. Develop into cyclone. That is intensification of cyclone. Intensification means the cyclone is gaining strength. Right. Now, how it gains strength? From the moisture which is released by these water bodies. Moisture. So all moisture are from the water bodies, and moisture will have latent heat. Latent heat is hidden energy. So the cyclones will get the hidden energy, and slowly they will develop into strength. We refer that as intensification of tropical cyclones. So they become strong and they start rotating above the surface, and along with the trade winds they move downward here. Now after that, when they're traveling, when they reach to the land area or continent area, so they have traveled all this area. So when they're traveling there, so they are accumulating moisture. And after accumulating moisture, they become stronger and stronger. It means they become more intensifying. It will take 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 10 days to become strong. And after that, when they enter the land area, we refer that as landfall of tropical cyclone. Landfall of tropical cyclone. And about the characteristics of the tropical cyclones, you have already seen. See, I have high pressure, I have low pressure. They do not have high pressure. So the central portion of tropical cyclone is referred as I. And I is a region which is having low pressure. It is not high pressure. I is having low pressure. The central portion of the tropical cyclone is called as I. And why it is having clear weather? Clear weather because, understand this is again your geography. In the I, because of some reasons, the air descends down. Nobody knows why it is doing. So because of some reasons, the air descends down at the I. the air descends down. Now, any air when it is ascending, it will be adiabatically cooling. And any air which is descending, it is adiabatically heated up. So this air which is moving down, descending air, is adiabatically heated. Adiabatic heating takes place. And if it is cooling, then cooling can make condensation and form the clouds. When the air is rising, ascending air can undergo condensation and it can form the clouds. Descending air is adiabatically heated up, and this air will not have any type of cooling effect, and hence this adiabatic heating will not form any clouds. So hence no clouds, because it is opposite of condensation. Instead of cooling, the air is heated. So hence we don't find the clouds in the central portion. But where do you find the clouds? The clouds are found in the side of the tropical cyclones, called as eye wall. So the eye wall will have clouds. Eye wall will have clouds. So in the tropical cyclone, always remember, the eye of a tropical cyclone, the central portion of a tropical cyclone is free from clouds, because of the part has some air which is descending down. And that is the reason why adiabatic heating does not favors the formation of clouds in the eye region, but it is having the eye wall where the clouds are formed. Cumulonimbus clouds are formed. And thus, when they enter into the land areas, we refer them as landfall of tropical cyclone. Now, whenever the landfall takes place, what happens there? After the landfall, the first thing is it will bring heavy precipitation because of the cumulonimbus clouds which are there. Second, it will have high velocity wind. High velocity of winds are there. Intensification means strengthening. Dissipation means ending of the cyclone. I'm just mentioning that. Intensification means gaining the strength. After the landfall, heavy precipitation, high velocity of winds will be there. It will bring large amount of floods and storms. Where? In the coastal areas. Now, after the landfall, it does not have moisture which is supplied in the ocean part. It does not have moisture which can be supplied on the land areas, because land do not have any type of extra moisture. So after the landfall, there will be a shortage of moisture. So generally it marks end of tropical cyclone, where more moisture is not added. So after the landfall of tropical cyclone, so this cyclone makes its end. Generally end, not all, generally it ends. And this is called as dissipation of the tropical cyclone. Dissipation means marking the end. So after the landfall, the tropical cyclone dissipates, makes the end. So hence we say average life of tropical cyclone. Average life of tropical cyclone is 3 to 15 days. Because after the landfall, it ends of its life, right? And storms, along with that, storm surges. Now, these are the events which takes place after the landfall. Now, imagine if the coastal areas, the geography of coastal areas, if it is highly populated, then the losses will be more. More industries are there in the coastal areas, more losses will be there. So hence, it depends on nature of the coast, nature and economic activities. Activities in the coastal areas, which defines the losses. So if more densely populated areas are there, by default, injuries and deaths will be more. If it is having more amount of industries, then the water which enters there will have a loss. And if the coastal areas are narrow and elongated, then again the losses will be more. Narrow and elongated. So this is called as narrow and elongated. Narrow and elongated. Because the storms will increase in the heights. Here. So when it is narrow and elongated coastal areas, this is where we find large amount of water gushes in. And that is where the waves of great heights will be seen here. So this is all the story about the tropical cyclone and its landfall. So it starts developing on the surface of water with a low pressure called as a depression. And this, when it becomes stronger, we refer that as intensification of tropical cyclone. And when it makes entry on the land area, we refer that as landfall of tropical cyclone. Eye of a tropical cyclone is clear from weather. After the landfall, heavy precipitation, high velocity of winds, floods, surges in the coastal areas, which makes the huge socio-economic losses, which makes the large amount of socio-economic losses. And hence, this cyclone becomes a disaster when it makes landfall. Precipitation means heavy rainfall because of the cumulonimbus clouds which are developed there. Is it clear? So see, when we talk about this entire cyclone, this is some rough idea, which is see, when the formation of cyclones are there, 4 or 5 days ago or before that, you can find. It's a see, when we talk about the management part and early warning system, we'll discuss them in detail. Right. Okay. So this is all about the tropical cyclones. We'll end up the session here. So please revise the content and don't get much stressed. You link all your geography part and sync that with the discussion. Always remember, geography part, application part, current affairs. If you club all the things, then your journey in reading the disaster management will become very, very simple. Right. So we'll end up the session. Thank you and take care. We'll meet up tomorrow.